Hello and welcome to the Creator's Garden. I am called Harpy, and today we will be doing some Transformers Prime fan art. It's been a hot minute since I've drawn anything related to Transformers, and I feel like it may be a bit of a challenge getting into that. But I have my resources, I have my references, and I'm going to try my best. But because of how Transformers are, this will likely be a stream all about one single art piece. So without further ado, we'll move on to the main camera. And hello, Alfie. Welcome, welcome. Glad you can make it. Thank you for the hype earlier. Uh-oh. I completely forgot to set up the main camera. Well, it is a testing Tuesday, so 1 second. Almost got the camera in place. But yes, I hope you're doing well, Alfie. Sorry that the start of the stream is such a mess already. But yes, thank you for the head pats. I'm not sure if I deserve them right now, but yeah. Alright. I think the main camera should be set up now. Yep, there we are. I'll just go ahead and clean up my workspace a little bit. So as you can see, I already have the piece in mind, already sketched out. Let's go ahead and take a moment to give you guys a better view of that. Because there are definitely a lot of details in this piece. So, on the top left we have a little bit of Transformers Prime's version of Soundwave. And then over here, closer to being basically the main subject of the piece, is Knockout. Which, honestly, given his personality, he probably would love that. Of course, they're both Decepticons, so yay. And as a small little treat, I added one of my original characters in the bottom right. Because of course I've made a character related to cars and other things and thought, hey, this could fit. Basically, they're a shy garage mechanic. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is, in terms of inking, I'm going to ink knockout in purple and sound wave in blue, dark blue, because I don't really want to try to line art every single tiny piece a different color, as I feel like it will just take way longer than I have time for. But it'll at least differentiate the line art enough that I'll know which lines belong to knockout and which lines belong to soundwave, which is going to be very important because they have a lot of lines. They have so much. And even with as many lines and details as I attempted to put on it, I feel like I still had to simplify in a few areas. And then the original character is just going to be the original character. It's going to be fine. Oh, and a hydrate, thank you. I do, in fact, have a jasmine milk tea with me. But yeah, I also hope you're taking care of yourself as well. I don't know about you, but it's been getting a little bit warm here in the Creator's Garden, so hydrations are definitely important today. And I suppose while on the subject of cars, I guess I could mention a few things. Sort of reminds me about this one creator I knew once upon a time that really did love vehicles. They liked the idea of driving them and taking, cars out for midnight rides just to like go out in a city or a town or maybe the outskirts to try and get away from it all. Or like being caught out somewhere and then just stay like inside a car while it's raining. All very interesting, of course, but I don't know. Vehicles aren't usually my thing, which is why this will be a challenge. You dislike tea now. Years ago, a biscuit melted and fell into my tea, ruining it. Oh no! So you stopped drinking it after that? Aww. To be honest, I used to dislike tea as well, but mostly because I always thought it was just leaf water. It was just water with a hint of an herbal hint that I wasn't a big fan of. But now I like that herbal hint. And I do prefer the sweetness of the milk tea, so the only thing stopping me now is that I can only take in so much caffeine. Also, as a small addition, I'm not sure if you can see, but I did add a couple new chat commands, which is lurk and return, in which, like, if you decide to step away from chat for a while, you want to tell me that, like, you won't be able to respond for whatever reason, you can just go ahead and type in lurk, and just, so that way I know that, you won't be responding anymore, so, yeah. That way you don't have to give a whole big, oh, I gotta go, thanks for everything, or sorry, something came up, I gotta go. You know, no need for long goodbyes here. If you need to step away, you can step away like that. And then return for when you come back. You know? Just things like that. Why not? I don't know what outfit would suit me best for this type of art, but I know some people like the maid outfit. I mean, there is a reason for it. Yeah, I think it's actually more like this. And the helmet especially, I need to be very careful. Knockout's helmet piece especially is always just a bit tricky. But yeah. Hopefully the volume's good. I've tried my best to even things out, but doesn't always happen. Volume is perfect? Alright, awesome. Thank you so much. I've been thinking a lot about what sort of things I might end up streaming next. Maybe I'll put the microphone a little bit closer over here. And by that I mean I might have a few things planned later this year. That are maybe like slightly more special streams rather than my usual lineup. Because for those who aren't familiar with my channel, generally speaking, Tuesdays are for whatever art project I choose for the day. Sometimes it's fan art, sometimes it's just, you know, fun little ideas, maybe involving, you know, the characters from the Snapdragon Club series, which I am the creator of. But, Fridays are usually used for continuing whatever current comic project I have at the time, as making comic pages takes quite a while. You know, even if I'm speeding through laying out the basic colors, it takes a hot minute. But there are a couple of streams that I have planned. That'll be a little bit different. And I hope they go over well. Well, so far so good. You're welcome, Harpy. Aww, you're so sweet. I really appreciate you guys, truly. Like, it's always just such a joy to be able to talk with you. I may not always have the best conversation starters, but I truly do enjoy, like, getting to know you guys and being, like, figuring out what sort of, like, artistic stuff you guys like to do. This goes for not just for the people in chat, but for those watching the VOD as well. need to double check the reference for that one because that one's really far in the back. You don't have much friends, so being here quite helps the amount? Aww. Well, hopefully you can make new friends while you're over here, you know? I know quite a number of shy, silly people who just want to make friends as well. But also, it is the great wide web, so please be safe while you are out there making friends. Let's see. I guess I haven't really talked too much about how I got into Transformers Prime as well, and Transformers in general. So, just need to double check what that looks like, but honestly, like, the original Transformers, while I was aware of its existence, it wasn't on my radar for the longest time until I saw Transformers Prime. And I can't quite put my finger on what drew me to it in particular, but usually what happens when I get into a new media, be it a show, a video game, a movie, there's usually at least one favorite character that I latch onto, whether it's because I just like their personality, I like the look of their design, you know, and for any number of reasons. And I believe it started with Knockout. In fact, I think what started my fascination with Transformers Prime in general was I saw a compilation of clips of Knockout. And he has just such a stunning red design, and I mean, red is a very striking color. I love it. It's the color of my eyes mostly, after all. But he just seemed like a really fun character, so I was like, alright, I guess I'm watching this show for him then. And then later on, I learned about Transformers Prime's version of Soundwave. And what can I say? He gives off Slenderman vibes. He's basically a Cybertronian cryptid. Actually, I've never watched any of the movies. Well, if you're talking about the Michael Bay movies, honestly, I wish that I had never seen any of them. I've watched like a small part of the first Michael Bay former movie, and honestly, it wasn't that gripping to me. It like in general, I personally just do not care much for the the Bayformer movies. There are so many different I think the one thing I learned getting into Transformers is just how many varying incarnations of Transformers there is. Just in the animated Transformers alone. Like, you have your G1, like Generation 1 Transformers, which, you know, basically all the oldest veterans of Transformers come from. I know that we've had a couple of people who stopped by who are very familiar with the memes that stem from the G1 Transformers. There's also like I don't know the timeline for these, but there was Beast Wars, I believe, where instead of transforming into vehicles, the Transformers would transform into animals, which was an interesting concept, but okay. And there's Robots in Disguise, there's Transformers Animated, of course there's Transformers Prime. I think there was like a more like super toned down version of Transformers called like Rescue Robots or something. So it's like meant for like younger kids. And then there was, what was it? Was it War for Cybertron, perhaps? There have been a number of Transformers animated movies, I believe. Including, like, the G1 movie, of course. Yeah, you would not believe the huge rabbit hole that you can get into just from trying to get into this fandom just on its own. Oh yeah, and of course that's not even accounting for the comics. Because of course there's Transformers comics. Those have their own storylines. It's like, oh goodness. But yes, I cannot say that I am at all well versed in any of that. So I usually tend to stick to Transformers Prime in general, because it's the one I latched onto the most, and it's the one that the designs grabbed me the most. Think I'll just stick to the shows and movies you know? So what shows and movies do you know, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, this is the part where it gets tricky. Because even though it's been a lot of tiny little details so far, there is far more still that I need to ink. I told you guys this would take a while. Okay, so there's a teensy bit of foreground going on right here, so I'm just gonna quickly ink that up a little bit. Mostly just to block that in and make sure I don't accidentally create lines where there shouldn't be. No, Hazbin Hotel, of course, yep. Others you enjoy? HB, yeah. The Pennywise movies and shows. Oh, so like the It movies and Welcome to Derry. Those are the main ones you're interested in? Ah. So then, what draws you to those pieces of media, do you think? Like, is it usually something about the characters that you like, or is there a premise that, like, really pulls you in? Because I think character dynamics really do play a part a little bit, because even in the Transformers Prime series, it's like, even though they had the thing where, oh, the Autobots, the good guy Transformers, they have to stick around some, like, high school kids and like try and be their guardians, as well as be a part of what is essentially a civil war off planet. But they make it work. Their dynamics make it fun and interesting. And goodness, and the voice actors also, like, just really do a good job. Props to all of them. tricky. So for Pennywise, he's honestly funny to me rather than scary, even though he gave me nightmares when I first saw him. I mean, I think that's how I feel about the original mini-series where Tim Curry played Pennywise. For Has-Been, it's the characters and their relationships. The Has-Been songs are so good. You listen to them every day. Yeah, there are a number of good ones in there. I mean, Gravity still is a good one. It's like, regardless on your thoughts of the show, like, that there are some genuine bangers in there. But honestly, I think that's what it is for Transformers Prime with me, is characters and relationships, because there are a lot of interpersonal relationships, both on the side of the Autobots and the Decepticons. And of course, you know, Decepticons are just like more fun to pay attention to because they're the quote-unquote bad guys. But at the same time, it's like they're, I don't know, sometimes it feels like they're only the bad guys in the fact that they don't care what happens to Earth, but the Autobots do care what happened to Earth. And I think that's just the major difference between the two factions. Because they both, like, care about the home planet from which they came from. But how they go about, you know, doing what's good by their own people is what keeps them fighting against each other. This part here is just a teensy bit tricky. Because this is sort of interlocking fingers. And I don't usually do this pose often. So keeping track of the fingers is a little bit difficult. Then here's the last finger right here. Here we go. You prefer Bill as Pennywise. You can see why people enjoy the older one. That's fair. I suppose it all depends, like, what you want out of a piece of media. But yeah. I don't suppose you're like into anime or video games a whole lot. I'm just wondering what sort of things I could recommend you possibly. You really do want to watch anime, but you can't? That's fair. To be fair, I haven't watched a whole lot of anime myself, but there are some that I sometimes like to go back to. Like, just recently I started sort of looking back into One Piece because back in the day I was very much into One Piece. Like, that used to be one of my main things. But you know, the series went on and I got tired of waiting for updates, so I just kind of jumped ship for a bit and was like, well, if, you know, the show and the manga ever end, maybe then I'll hop back in so I can finally binge it. Cause I was a little bit tired of waiting for the conclusion. But when I look back at those episodes, they reminded me of why I liked that show to begin with. I don't know if you've ever done that, where it's just you become nostalgic for a piece of media that you haven't seen or played or watched in a while. this is starting to get a little bit difficult. Because now I'm trying to have to remember what lines went to what and for why. Because I did not quite erase all of my construction lines. But I think I have all the most important lines of Knockout finally done. I think so. Except for this bit over here on his arms, because they're supposed to be like spiky flame decals, and I have never figured out a way to properly draw those in a way that I think looks satisfying. So every time I draw them, it's gonna look some type of way. Nostalgic to so much. Games, movies, impact. Which games? I know Transformers has a number of games, none of which I've played, but I'm aware of their existence. It's a fascinating thing, learning about so many different types of media. There's just so much. And yet, you have so little time, so little energy. So it's like, you really have to pick and choose. And it really is a shame, because it's like, you know, you'd really like to give them all a try. Or at least a good chunk of them. But that's why I try to keep the Snapdragon Club comic as succinct as the tales are, so that you can easily, read one tale, and then if that's good enough for you, then that's good enough for you. Also, I'll take a quick wing stretch. Yeah. Gotta have good posture. Minecraft 2013 era is the main one. Yeah, I can see that. It was so simple and fun. I'm probably one of the few people that never really got into Minecraft. Like, I can appreciate all the people that make wonderful things with Minecraft, or are able to do like all sorts of like creative things, or just enjoy the game for what it is. Because I do get the appeal of like a build your own type of sandbox game. Like, I feel like that's what some cozy games are for me, is that it is a little bit sandboxy, but also like has some restrictions and you just gotta kind of work with it. Kind of like Animal Crossing New Horizons, or more recently I played Moonstone Island, which has some similar vibes to Stardew Valley, but it also has a couple of things on its own. So those decal designs are not my best work, but I'll take it. Meanwhile, Soundwave is back here, being his creepy self. what's a little bit tricky about this version of Soundwave is that he's got his drone laser beak right there on his chest. Nice catch. Thank you? Oh, for what? Oh. For saying nice catch? Oh. Sorry. Sometimes I just get streamer brain and completely forget, like, what I had just said. Goodness. It doesn't help that today I did not get a whole lot of sleep. The Borbs were very restless last night and I had to go tend to them. You know, when they want attention, they just keep chirping. They keep chirping. They keep bouncing up and hitting me in the beak. You know, you'd think, having so many Borbs around the Creator's Garden, that they would learn to just entertain themselves while I go rest. But no, sometimes it's not enough. They just want to bug me, specifically, for some reason. I can't... But it's alright. We're making surprisingly decent progress with the line art. Certainly much quicker than I thought. Let's see. I think I'll use brown as the original character's main outline color. Excuse me. Having a borb would be such a dream. A floofy bird to cuddle with. Oh yeah. And they're quite durable too. I mean, look, I don't try to make a habit of tossing the borbs around, but you know, they're shaped like a ball. They're shaped like a ball that you can bounce them in your hand, and sometimes, you know, just they're very chuckable. And they don't mind usually. But listen, if they were the one, like, just getting up all in my beak, it's not my fault I end up grumpy and maybe chucking one of them. Bless you, thank you. But yes, when they choose to behave, having a pile to cuddle with is nice. Speaking of, this is my treat bringer, Feather King. He's one of my favorites. He is one of the more well-behaved borbs. Perhaps they pester you because you are their princess. I mean, this is true. This is very true. I am the borb princess. Oh no. Now I am the one that is chuckable. Oh goodness. Maybe one of these days when I feel that I've improved on my sewing skills, perhaps I shall make a homemade plushie version of my borb form. That could be fun. And then I will have the strange experience of knowing what it is like to throw myself. So strange. I would never chuck you. It's too bad you cannot chuck me. Not in this stream form. You can bonk me though. I wish I knew how to enable chuckable borbs, but unfortunately that is something that I still don't know how to do. Or if that's even possible with YouTube. No bonks. Aww. You're too sweet to me. But it is okay. I can take a few bonks. I am quite durable myself. Couple more different colors for the background and all that, because this is supposed to be a scene where they're kind of like at night stargazing. Only mean people get bonks. Well, just be careful how many times you say bonk. You might accidentally bunk me. Although I think the only reason it's not going right now is because you're saying bonks plural instead of just bonk. Because I know it can be triggered by just saying bonk. The chat commands are not perfect, but they work for, you know, fun purposes. Oh! The headpat is not reaching. There you go. Thank you for the headpat. completely lost my train of thought. You're welcome. Yay. So if you're interested, and those watching the VOD can answer along if they'd like, what sort of place, if you could, like, get isekai'd to a fictional world, what sort of world would you want to be transported to? I just want to see what you'd answer, because I'm wondering if there is a particular place in Sanctus that you'd be interested in visiting. You'd have to watch the series if you were to pick. You actually might before you sleep. Well, I just mean, like, in general. But if you'd rather, like, watch, like, say, The Hunter's Tale or anything before you go to sleep, then, you know, that's fair. However you wish to enjoy the story is fine by me. That's why I have the comic dubs. So that people who don't really have the time or don't really feel like, you know, reading comic pages can do that. I will say generally that Sanctus really is a place where just about most types of genres can be found. So if you're into adventure, if you're into fantasy, if you're into sci-fi, if you're into survival horror, there's just about, you know, places for just about anybody. It just all depends on where you want your adventure to start. Anywhere with Borbs. Aww. You know? That is a good question. Usually the Borbs are more associated with the Creator's Garden, which is not on Sanctus, and it is in fact more like a dwarf planet, sort of on the outskirts, like going on its own path, but with Sanctus in view. Do I want to make Borbs native to Sanctus? I think there is potential there. I think if Borbs were to become a native species of bird on Sanctus, I'm more likely to say that they would. I think actually since the Borbs do come in variations, I want to say that the more like the flying Borbs would probably be native to Osen, which is where, you know, the Snapdragon Club mostly takes place in. So places like with the Wanderer's Tale or the Grand Opening. Although I'm thinking they are mostly an enchanted forest type species. Yeah, I'm thinking the flying Borbs would probably live in the enchanted forest. And I'm thinking the clawed borbs with the long tails, like the one like sitting down next to me. I think those would be native to Riok, which is where Crystal from the Hunter's Tale is from. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Alfie. Hope you have a good rest. And we do another stretch. Oh. But yeah, I think the piece is coming along pretty decently so far. I think the tiny little trees in the background really do help to add to that sense of scale. Actually, I think what I'll do, because I also want to add some buildings in the background. Just so you know, they're not too far from the roads. Not that Soundwave would care about the roads. think once I'm done putting these buildings in, I will go ahead and erase the sketch lines. And then once I do, I will go ahead and take a quick break. There's a tiny little street lamp over there. Just so we're aware, there's a street right over there. I will admit, I was a little bit terrified to get into this piece, but I think it's coming out pretty smoothly so far. I think you can at the very least tell who is supposed to be who, and the character being recognizable is both a part of the artist and part of the nature of a strong character design, you know? Because I've seen people who have drawn Dolly, and it's like no matter who draws Dolly, I can still tell it's her. So that always makes me feel better about knowing that her character design is that strong. Because that was the whole idea for Dolly's like initial design, was that it had to be something that was simple enough that I could draw over and over again, but also recognizable enough that, you know, if you saw her, you'd know who she is. And I feel like that's like a similar sort of mindset that a lot of people make when making their characters. It's like, yes, I do have these thin erasers still, but I don't feel like hurting my hand right now, so I am using this one. It is much easier on the hand. I don't have to press down as hard. we go. Here's the line art. I might just pass this by the camera a few times. Just so you guys got a decent idea of what I'm trying to go for. And then of course there's my character right there. But yeah, with that, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break, and I will return to start on the coloring. So, I hope you all go ahead, grab some snacks, grab some drinks, take a quick stretch, because there's no shrimping in this household. And I will see you soon. Alright, and I am back. Thank you for being patient. Barney alt mode is crazy. Oh goodness. It looks great, thank you. But yeah, so just to catch everyone up, Transformers Prime is basically like my main Transformers that I like. There's so many, and I have respect for like basically all of them, except for Bayformers. I don't want to talk about Bayformers. But yeah, so we got the Prime version of Soundwave, and then we have Knockout, and then we have my human OC in the bottom right there. But yes, for those who are new to the streams, welcome, welcome. I'm very glad you could be here today. And of course, you're always welcome to lurk if you don't feel like chatting. After all, these are very, laid back streams, essentially. Although, I'm always up for a good chat, I like meeting new people. And of course, you can see down there are plenty of chat commands that you can mess around with. So feel free to try out any of those. The line art, you love those too. The art is scrumptious. Bayformers, my beloved. Rip. Look, man, this is not my favorite iteration of Transformers, alright? Lovely to be here, but you'll be going. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Goodbye. Bye. Thank you for joining us. Oh! It's Akana! Hi, Kana. Thank you for the hydrate. And the Headpat. I don't know why that sound effect is the stretch, but whatever. But stretch. Spread my wings. Stretch. There we go. Okay. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Big stretch, yeah. Biggest of stretches. So, once again, we have Soundwave and Knockout from Transformers Prime and Human OC. The Human OC is mostly there for like size comparison, but also like just something like slightly more comfortable for me to draw in case the others don't turn out so well. Because I'll be frank, I don't draw a whole lot of mecha and robots, so it can be a very interesting but difficult process. Just got home from work. You see handsome robot? Yes. But yeah, also I added a couple new chatbot commands. I now have the lurk and return for if you just want to quickly say that you're leaving or that you came back, just so I'm not like talking to you and hoping that you're still there. So that way you don't have to say like any sort of long goodbyes or anything if you like just need to go. Real mecha can be hard. Yeah. All the inorganic stuff can be tricky. Yep. And those are useful? I hope they are. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. I think I shall start with Knockout and Pink the Shiny. Or at least I shall attempt to. I realize that because this is a night sky type of scenario, that maybe I should take more into account that it is nighttime. Let's see. We'll see how it goes. You gotta head out. Have a good rest of the stream. I'm excited for Knockout. Thank you. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Distraction is just a little brain snack. Okay, shower thoughts. Maybe they have a giant spotlight on them for attention. I mean, Knockout definitely would want a spotlight, but nah, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I need to practice doing more dynamic lighting anyways. It's fine. That's such a pretty pink. Yeah, this is a light pink, which I feel is like kind of closer to the hot pink side, honestly. But that may be just me. I'm thinking just a teensy bit of the dark purple in a couple areas. Just a teensy bit. And considering how much Knockout is taking up this frame, I might need to refill my coral pink, which is what I use for red usually. Yeah, definitely hot pink. Yeah. Also, I believe we ran out of the sushi bait, so there is a bait that I would like to activate now that you're here, because I know you're my most active fisher. And that is the net, which should allow us to try and get items that cannot be bought in the shop and can only be fished up. Not now, stream elements. I think I did that wrong. Yep. There we go. There goes the net. That was worth a lot in the shop, so make it count. Yeah, go away, stream elements. Want a little bit of the purple in a couple places, but still want mostly red, because we do have city lights in the back. So we could have it slightly backlit actually. just a tinge of the shadowy green on that. Just a tinge. I might need that red grid. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I definitely overfilled that. Because I think with the cool tones, I need warm shadows. Whoops, I overdid that a bit. I'm just gonna go ahead and spread this around a little bit. It's fine. Because it's a gray, I can probably just get rid of most of it by whatever I end up coloring it with. Can you see that spillage? This is why we try to avoid overfilling our markers. Because otherwise you get messes like that. So don't do as I do. Yeah. Even though I tried. I think I still overfilled it quite a bit. Oh well. Having an undertone of the red-gray isn't so bad, I think. Okay. I think that is more than enough of the red-gray. Because I just use it all over this. It looks almost like I stained it with coffee grounds or something. It's looking good, thank you. One day you will try alcohol markers. You will overfill them anyway. Yeah, it is like a little bit difficult. Like, yes, there are like fill lines on the alcohol refill bottles that is like, hey, like just use up till that line and that should be good enough. But I'm also just like, I like just squeezing the bottle and like zoning out and just being like, yeah, just a little bit more. What could it hurt? And then I end up with blobs of color like that and I'd be like, ah, that's how. It's beautiful. Thank you. Average koi. Yep. You're gonna get YouTube to silence you again. Happy accidents. So you're saying all you caught is fish? You didn't get any items? Oh well. Fishies and turtle in plastic bag, oh my. I do need to take a quick moment to look at my reference for knockout again though. So technically, these parts should have been like this. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. Okay. I really don't want to, but I don't think the gel in this pen wants to come out. I might have to call it quits for this one. I always feel like these pens are on such like short lifespans, where the second I open the cap, the timer is ticking, and if I don't use it in that allotted time, then it's just gonna dry up on me. Oh. Is that a hydrate? Thank you. Ooh, a glistening pearl, a fancy item. Ooh. Congrats, Kana. I'm gonna have to look back on the VOD for that one. The alcohol dries very fast. No. I was talking about the gel pen, which I think it might be acrylic based in there, but I'm not completely sure. If you guys know, let me know in the comments if you know anything about like white gel pen maintenance. If it's just you gotta use it up fast as soon as you open it for the first time, or if there's like some sort of trick to making it last longer before it dries up inside the tube in there. Gel pens don't like to be alive. Yeah. It's like I don't have many more white gel pens left. And I really don't want to open up another one just for a couple of lines. I don't know. Can't lose moisture to the air if there's no air. I mean, yes, but also you'd think the cap on the pen would do a decent enough job. And it's not like my workspace is that humid, at least I don't think it is. And also, hi stars, welcome, welcome. I hope your day's been going well. We're just in the midst of having some coloring mishaps for our Transformers Prime fan art. So as you can see, we have Sound Wave, we have Knockout, and then just a human OC in the corner, just because. But yeah, feel free to lurk and, you know, hang out if you feel like it. Otherwise, there's also some chat commands in the bottom here that you're more than welcome to try out. Oh, it seems the fishing net has run dry. But if you'd like, Kana, I can go ahead and activate another item for you. Tiny Sprite for 300. Ooh, that's a good one. Alright. We only have a couple of lures left. Ooh, yeah, I see the pearl in there, but I don't want to use that this stream. We're gonna hold on to that. Because I have no idea what it does. Alright, have fun. Let's see, I think I'm going to just forget about the white details over here for now and just work on the other spaces. Yes, Feather King appreciates your attention. Hello, Nero. Hello, Ferox. Welcome, welcome. Glad you can make it. And yes, Transformers. Specifically, Transformers Prime. So here we got Soundwave. And here we've got Knockout. And then we also have a human OC in the corner. Right now I'm just in the very, very slow process of just getting the colors on. hope you guys are doing well. Or if you're just relaxing, then I hope the stream is a nice place to relax. It has been a long time since I've drawn these characters, so feels kind of nostalgic. Feels kind of nice. Even though this ink is running a bit low, it's okay. I have plenty of refill for this one. Actually interesting because I think I'm actually gonna need to refill this marker soon. Actually, I'm thinking Horizon Blue might be a good wash for Soundwave. Just to have something to start with. It's super light. I plan on going over in darker colors anyways, because there's lots of like blues and purples in there. Don't Stuff Animations, welcome, welcome. Just found your channel. Hope you're having a great day so far. Yeah, I hope you are too. So yeah, we're just doing some Transformers Prime fan art right now. We got some Soundwave, we got some Knockout, and a human OC. But yeah, feel free to lurk if you'd like. Or there's also plenty of chat commands right there at the bottom. You feel free to test those out in the chat if you'd like. I'm working on an animated series while watching. Ooh. Would you like to talk about like what that series is? Like what the general gist is? Because on Fridays I also work on my own original comic as well, the Snapdragon Club. The Snapdragon Club series is divided into tales, and currently I'm working on the Actress's Tale, which they're technically like can be read as standalone stories, but you can also like put them in a timeline if you'd like to read all of them. Give me a moment to type out a synopsis. Take your time. Take your time. No rush. No rush. I think what I'd like to do You know what, actually there might not actually be many stars in the sky because of the light pollution. Yeah. hopefully doing the background first like this helps, because then I can try to pick out which colors are not just going to blend into the background. Especially Soundwave. I'm a little bit concerned for Soundwave just because of the blues and purples. And I have plenty of this dark blue to spare, so I am not concerned of running out of this one either. Big synopsis. Oh, Dawn of the Eclipse. That's what it stands for. Cool. Okay. Series about two sisters who get sent to another planet where they must survive on their own and overcome challenges of the main villain taking control of the older sibling and wanting to take over the galaxy. The younger sibling's job to stop the villain any way she can and save her sister. Ooh. That sounds very action-packed. And a lot of drama. But also, just to be perfectly candid, I am also, like, you also have my respect for wanting to animate it. Because I have attempted traditional animation in the past. There is a reason why I decided to go the comic route for my stories instead of animation. But yes, you have my respect for that, and I really do hope you get all the inspiration you need to get at that project well on its way. Plan on it having lots of action, honestly. I mean, to be fair, like, action sequences in animation can be just so satisfying to watch. It's like you get enough of those like biff pow, types of like things going on, and it's just, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not being very eloquent today, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the craft because I have tried it for myself and I understand the hard work it takes, so. And it is just very satisfying to see, like, having all those drawings come to life once you, like, have it play out sequentially. But yeah. The closest I've ever done are like the animatic type stuff and the comic dubs that are on my channel. They are few and far between, but those are basically the closest I get to that. And even then, it's not that close. Okay. So far, I am liking where this is going. Where's... Yeah, this is the gray I want. Might go in with a darker gray later, but we'll see. go. Thanks to you both for the kind words, of course. Like, all artists deserve some respect for their craft, you know? They work hard for it. Can barely be bugged to write my own plots these days, just never have energy to do it, which is completely valid, you know? Sometimes life just happens. Use Pencil 2D on the Wacom 1 tablet so it's easier than traditional animation, but still handmade. I mean, you know, traditional medium, digital medium, like, they're both valid. Like, there was a time when I did, like, basically only digital art for the longest time. And you can actually see that for the Snapdragon Club grand opening comic, that one was completely digital. But that was before I decided I want to transition to completely traditional mediums for my comics. So while it is like while it does have like a few more hurdles, like, it is still a process that I enjoy doing. And personally, I also feel that it like gives me an excuse to just not look at a screen for a while. But that's a completely personal thing. Takes time and effort to learn pretty much any artistic skill. Exactly. Exactly. And once again, today's a little bit challenging for myself because I don't usually draw robots and mechas. Just because, generally speaking, I do not like to add too much detail to a character. Because usually when I make a character with the intention of drawing them over and over again. So if I draw them with a whole bunch of details, like, it may look great for like a single illustration like this one, but those are all details that I'm going to have to remember to put over and over again, like, especially in like comics. And you do animation. Like, don't you hate that? Like, when you're like drawing a character and you think you got everything, and then it's just like, oh no, wait, I forgot they also had like this tiny little detail over here, or oh no, I missed a line or a color, or I miscolored something over here. Like, yeah, they might be like easy fixes because digital, but it's still like annoying. And it's even more annoying for traditional. And I mean, yes, that's usually what reference sheets are for, but I'm still trying to get into the habit of making reference sheets for my characters. Yeah, I agree. Writing, drawing, animating, all of them take effort and energy. Yeah. Hyper detailed characters are the bane of artists, animators, and writers alike. Yeah. I don't want my characters to be too simple, but not too complicated. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can just take a look at my Harpy form, for example. Like, I still have to remember the wings and the tail, but luckily everything else is like generally fairly simplistic. And then all the complicated stuff can stay with the outfits, for that is the magic of the PNG tuber. Speaking of, this one is my most complicated outfit to date. It is the Maid Cafe outfit. Just because, yes, I do love how Maid Cafe outfits look. And it is also complicated not only in just drawing them, but also because, you know, they're basically flat puppets, and so I have to, if there's any part that I want to move independently, I have to make sure to like cut it out and like layer it the way I want to. So there's a lot more moving pieces on this, because there's like, you know, ribbon pieces and bits of dress and stuff like that. And I'm just showing off this one just cause. But simple characters are also just really fun to draw over and over again. Okay, I think this one's good here. Nearly missed a spot. There we go. Gosh darn it. I wanted to leave that white. If I have time, I shall fix it later. completely forgot he had black windows on the doors. You have a half-body PNG tuber of your main OC. Ooh, a macaque cockatoo hybrid. Nice. We do love some Borbs here. But eventually I want to make a full body. My computer can't handle too much at once, so I'll wait for a better computer. That is completely fair. It is the same reason why I've held off on the idea of doing any like cozy gaming streams in between like art streams, because the last time I attempted a gaming stream, it looked like a slideshow, and yeah. But they let you out of the cave. Welcome back, Kamara-kun. But yeah, this is how far we are on the Transformers Prime artwork. As you can see, it is a lot. Harpy. I want to make a VTube model of my OCs when my PC would die. Yeah. But yes, Transformers, my beloved. Yay! But yeah, if you ever like want to get started on making a PNG tuber, just like quick and easy type, then I would recommend VietoTube Mini. It's supposed to be like super lightweight. Like, that's the program that I started out with before I decided to switch to PNG Tuber Plus. Also, VietoTube Mini is free, so there's that. But yeah, I switched to PNG Tuber Plus because that way I could like actually add a lot more like moving parts to my PNG tuber and make it seem just a tad more dynamic, if you will. The one with the deer mascot, yeah. You love that one? Waiting for the full program to launch? Yeah, it's a really good one to start off with. It's like just for really simple stuff. Again, I only switched to PNG Tuber Plus just because I was like very fascinated with the idea of rigging multiple items to move independently on a model. Oh, Mr. Gamer Guy, welcome, welcome. Glad you could make it to a stream. How have you been? And thank you for the stretch. Stretching my wings. Yeah. But as you can see, we are slowly making some progress on this Transformers Prime art. There's Soundwave right there. There's Knockout. And then there's a human OC in the corner. But right now, I'm just trying to keep looking back and forth for the color reference for Knockout. So that way, once I'm finished with him, I can get started on Soundwave. And then once I finish Soundwave, I can relax with the OC in the corner. Been working way too much. Gotta cut down on side projects. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Yeah. Like, considering I haven't really drawn like super detailed mecha or robots in a hot minute, this is looking pretty alright. At least I think so. Though I think while you guys are here, I think I will take a quick moment to just kindly point out that if you've been liking my art so far, or you're interested in the Snapdragon Club webcomic, hope you consider doing the usual YouTube stuff. And if you're feeling super generous, we got a Ko-fi link right up there. I added a little note saying that, yeah, if you do it while the stream is going, there should be a little, like, pop-up if you, like, donate or buy something. Because you could either donate to buy me a boba, you could become a visitor of Sanctus and get a Borb attributed to you, or you can get some stickers. either the Snapdragon Club characters or even stickers of me, Harpy. And they come with the ones with the different outfits and also Princess Borb. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for letting me do that. You're also multitasking, dividing my attention on the stream. Honestly, seriously, no pressure at all. Like, if you can't, like, talk and chat, and you just want to, like, lurk and stuff, or, again, you're like, doing other things while stream is going, that's perfectly fine. I think that's, like, just normal stream stuff, you know? Like, I know, like, a lot of times when I go to, like, other people's streams, I'm also, like, doing other things. And thank you for hyping up the stickers, Kana. I appreciate it. But yeah, this might be a little bit of a longer stream today. Just because, man, not only is this taking longer than I expected, but also we've been a lot busier today. Okay, so let me just quickly reference. This is red. And this is red. And that stripe is red. This part is black, this part is black. That teeny tiny part right there is yellow. And actually, all the joints in here are black as well. And I will fix those later. But right now, I just want to quickly just dot where they are. Just so I don't have to frequently keep referencing them. Oh yeah, it has to be red because this is black. Gray, and that stuff is red. This right here is red. This right here, red. Okay. And then everything else is some shade of metallic gray. Popular board princess. Knockout? Yeah. He is a knockout. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is that once I'm done coloring Knockout, I am going to take a quick break to get some more hydration. It is getting warm here for some reason. Yeah, it's just me, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes there are just like far too many Borbs in the room. And so when they all just sort of huddle in one place, they just kind of end up... Oh! Thank you for the hydrate and the Headpat, Kana. However, that was the last of the milk tea that I had on hand, so if I am to hydrate more, I will have to go seek out Feather King to grab another one. But yeah, for those who may be lurking, welcome, welcome. And even if you don't feel like talking, there are plenty of chat commands at the bottom if you feel like just messing around with those in chat whenever you feel like it. But no pressure. If you don't feel like participating in chat, that is totally cool. Having the stream in the background is very, very valid, because I do that too. But anyways, let's see if we can't at least finish coloring Knockout really quick. I appreciate the hydrate, Kamada-kun, but I ran out of milk tea, so that's gonna have to wait until after I take a break. No, milk tea. places I didn't mark. But that's okay. I think I remember. Maybe. Actually, where's that red gray again? I think it's still overfilled, so let me just make sure. Okay. It is not overfilled anymore. missing? Tiny bit of yellow. I think that might be it for knockout. At least as far as I can tell. As I mentioned before, as soon as I thought I was done with knockout, I'm going to go ahead and take a quick break to get some more hydration. And I hope you guys will also take a moment to take a break as well or get some hydration, because I know some of you are also working on some creative projects right along with me. Which, by the way, so proud of you guys. I mean, it takes a lot to stick with a creative project for however long it takes, you know? I will be taking a quick break. The fishing game will still be open, so if you still want to do some fishing, the chat command is there. Or if you forget, well, there's plenty of the chat commands also in within chat from people who did it last, so yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. And until then, please enjoy relaxing. And yeah, I will be right back. I'm back, and Feather King has brought me some peach white tea with lychee coconut jelly. So now I just need to take a quick moment to look up the reference for sound waves colors. Then after that, I can stop getting up to look at references. Yeah, you love tea. I do too. Tea is love, tea is life. Okay. So I think what I'm wanting in terms of lighting, because for the reference pictures I have, they're all from like the Transformers Prime show. So I have to take into account what is the, the lighting for the scene that they're in. And is it similar to the lighting that I'm trying to convey in this piece? And I think I found it. I think I found the one I want. I think because he's in the background a little bit, I can get away with not being nearly as careful. So he's just gonna get a big wash of color right here. It's okay. No matter how I draw him, Soundwave is always superior. for the head pats. Thank you, Dote. Or if there's anything you also would be prefer to be called, you know, feel free to tell me. There we go. Dota's fine by me? Awesome. Alright. I mean, considering I don't draw Soundwave a whole lot, he doesn't look half bad. Especially for, like, background character version of him. scale things out just a teensy bit more. Just gonna try and not go overboard. I think that definitely makes the background city look a little bit better. And then, let's see, how do I want to color my human OC? Sound wave, yeah. Am I doing? I have a warmer shadow color. Okay, quick stretch. Stretch those wings. Go. And then actually, don't I have that green gray? Yes, I do. Hmm, hmm, hmm. And with that, I think I'm just about done with this piece. Oh, favorite OC I have? Oh, that's a tough one. I'm gonna try and lower it down to a current top 3. My current top 3 is the Ruby Merchant. He is a Fae, and he is one of the side characters in my current comic project, The Actress's Tale. And then there's Dreamwalker. He's another Fae, and actually, you'll be able to see him in the Snapdragon Club Grand Opening comic, which is the digital comic that I mentioned earlier. I have a slideshow version of that comic on the channel, but there's also the Ask Sanctus webcomic Tumblr, in which you can just read the pages there as well. But yeah, Dreamwalker is a dream fae. He basically goes around giving people good dreams. And then I want to say Forest Guardian. So basically my top 3 are all some of my major Fae characters. Forest Guardian is a Fae that is basically in charge of the magic of the Enchanted Forest, and is basically the reason why the Enchanted Forest is nearly impossible to navigate without some sort of help. And her first appearance is actually in The Hunter's Tale, which I do have a comic dub, a 3-parter comic dub, available on the channel right now. So, for these 2 characters at least, you can find them either in the Grand Opening or The Hunter's Tale. And he's going to be in my current comic, The Actress's Tale. But yeah, I hope you'll consider giving one of the many tales of the Snapdragon Club a try. And if you do, I hope you'll let me know what you think. Because, like I said, I think we're basically done here. And I would like to thank everyone who decided to stop by today. And I'd like like to thank all the newcomers, whether or not you are chatting or just hanging out. It means a lot that you are here. So, in case you are new, just know that these sort of art streams are basically like a twice a week thing. Tuesdays, I usually do some sort of artistic project. Sometimes it's fan art, sometimes I draw characters from my Snapdragon Club series. And Fridays are usually when I try to get my comic work done. So, but yeah, the Tuesday streams are the ones that start around like 12:30 p.m. PST, and the Friday streams start at 10 a.m. PST. And whether or not you can make it, there's always the VOD. So, thank you everyone who joined me today. And one last time, if you like what you see on this channel, then I hope you'll consider liking, commenting, subscribing if you haven't already. And if you have subscribed already, then thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. You had fun, I'm glad. You also had fun? That really does make me happy, so thank you too. And yeah, one last shout out to my Ko-fi right there, in which you can buy me a boba, you can become a visitor of Sanctus, or you can buy any of the stickers that I've presented during stream today, including the Harpy stickers, the Princess Borb, or any of the many characters from the Snapdragon Club series. So yeah, with that all being said, thank you all for joining me, and I hope to see you guys again soon. Have a good day, everyone. Bye!